doing? How we on? Still call you mayor. I hear you. Oh, yeah.
Hey, sir. How are you? Good to see you. Yeah, no, as a heads up to everybody, we're still waiting on. A quorum being present, the committee will be in order. The committee is meeting today for consideration of four measures. The authorization and oversight plan of the Committee of Homeland Security for the 119th Congress, H.R. 1000, the Cyber Pivot Act, H.Res. 113, and H.Res. 114. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare the committee in recess at any point. Pursuant to Committee Rule 7D, any requests for recorded votes may be postponed. I now recognize myself for an opening statement. Good morning. Today's order of business will be consideration of the Committee on Homeland Security's authorization and oversight plan for the 119th Congress, as well as additional measures. Rule 10 of the House of Representatives requires each standing committee to adopt and submit an authorization and oversight plan for the two-year period of the congressional term. The plan under consideration today highlights the committee's major priorities for this Congress. First and foremost, we will work to secure America's borders and support Border Patrol and other DHS components as they carry out their critical mission. We're committed to addressing the root of many cyber insecurities by ensuring the workforce is prepared, equipped, and placed to face rapidly evolving threats to critical infrastructure and networks from nation, state, and criminal actors. We're committed to streamlining regulations to ensure the regime promotes security and rapid, actionable information sharing instead of unnecessary duplicative paperwork. Cybersecurity is something we must all prioritize. We must work with our companies to ensure they're implementing the best cybersecurity practices possible while communicating to them that their government is here to help when they face their darkest day of malicious nation-state-sponsored cyber attacks. Additionally, the committee's plan highlights the need to conduct oversight of the Department of Homeland Security's structure to examine potential reforms to make DHS more efficient, well-managed, and effective in carrying out the Homeland Security mission. This plan will guide the work of this committee and our subcommittees during the Congress by focusing on key priority areas, including countering terrorism and foreign nation-state threats such as China, improving emergency preparedness, ensuring the security of our transportation systems, and supporting law enforcement within DHS and our state and local partners. I encourage all members to support adoption of the committee's authorization and oversight plan as we do the work that the American people sent us here to do. Our second measure that we will consider is H.R. 1000, the Cyber Pivot Act. This bill will help us build a skilled cyber workforce and close the cyber workforce gap to meet the evolving threats that the government and American businesses face on a daily basis. The Cyber Pivot Act seeks to target the development of entry-level cyber talent and expand the pipeline of trained cyber professionals who are ready to work on day one without requiring a costly four-year degree. This skills-based approach is a critical step to ensuring that we're able to protect critical networks from cyber threats. For this reason, the Cyber Pivot Act has earned the support of many leading organizations in the cybersecurity and business communities and in academia. A few months ago in September, we were able to report this bill with unanimous bipartisan support, and it's my hope that we will be able to do so again today and advance a practical measure to strengthening our cyber workforce. Since its reintroduction in the House, it has received widespread industry support as well as a bipartisan companion bill in the Senate. Finally, we will also be considering two resolutions of inquiry introduced by our ranking member. I now recognize the ranking member to make an opening statement.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, today's markup is happening during unprecedented times. Voters asked Republicans to lower the high cost of living and prioritize safety and security. Instead, Republicans are doing nothing to address the affordability crisis, even though they control every branch of government. Inflation is up, housing prices are up, and the cost of eggs is through the roof, if you can even find any to buy. Meanwhile, there's nothing but chaos and nonsense coming from the White House. Trump is trying to distract from his failed policies by dashing off useless executive orders that do nothing to address the issues Americans care about most. No help at all for people trying to put food on the table, make their rent, or pay their light bill. Americans are asking, is Trump even in charge of his own administration? People are saying it seems like Elon Musk is running the country, and they just might be right. Trump's unelected South African co-president is allegedly a federal employee, but he spends his time at political events rambling incoherently, waving a chainsaw around for the cameras, and giving the Nazi salute to his right-wing extremist friends. And today, evidently, he's going to join the first cabinet meeting of the new administration. That's what he's up to when he's not wasting taxpayers' money by demanding that federal employees who have actual jobs to do send him pointless emails only to have Trump's own cabinet secretaries tell the employees not to. Talk about inefficiency in government. Trump's administration is fighting among itself rather than doing the work of the people. Unfortunately, congressional Republicans are no better. Yesterday, their leadership brought to the House floor a budget scheme that hurts everyday Americans who are already struggling in order to give $4.5 trillion in tax cuts for billionaires and deep-pocket corporations. Also, an $880 million cut in Medicaid. I guess that's what happens when you put an out-of-touch, out-of-control billionaire in charge of the country. Americans also want their government to prioritize safety and security, but instead, Republicans are making it less safe. Republicans are cutting our military at the same time the White House is cozying up to adversaries like China and Russia. That makes America less safe. Republicans are giving Elon Musk and his Doge lackeys access to secure government systems that store Americans' most sensitive data. That makes America less safe. Republicans are firing federal workers who help secure our government networks, prevent planes crashes, protect our nuclear stockpile, and respond to natural disasters. Most of those fired are veterans who served this country honorably. That makes America less safe. Meanwhile, Secretary of Homeland Security Kirsten Noem recently said that DOGE should take a chainsaw to DHS, the department she's supposed to be running, the department that was stood up in the wake of 9/11 to protect against terrorist attack. And she wants to take a chainsaw to it. Again, that makes America less safe. None of this is what voters asked for. So let's take a look at the Trump-Musk administration's first month in office. Protecting classified systems, F. Preventing plane crashes, F. Responding to disasters, F. Meanwhile, the Trump-Musk administration has done an A-plus job dismantling Homeland Security, advancing Chinese interests, and parroting Russian dictator Vladimir Putin's propaganda. It's not surprising that when Republican members of Congress are getting an earful from their constituents at town halls around the country, even in overwhelming red districts, Americans are rightfully upset that Republicans are failing to keep their campaign promises and have broken the people's trust on the issues they care most about. Secretary Noem herself recently said, and I quote, "We can't trust our government anymore." On that, I couldn't agree more that, Secretary, the Trump administration is the government and it cannot be trusted. There's no transparency about what Musk Doge gang is doing. Press is being shut out of the White House, and administration continues to refuse to comply with basic congressional oversight about critical security matters. That's why I introduced 2 resolutions of inquiry the committee will be considering today. These resolutions require DHS to provide information about Trump's administrative actions that put the department's information systems at risk, jeopardize its workforce, and freezes Homeland Security grant funding. I hope my Republican colleagues will join Democrats in upholding our constitutional oversight responsibility by supporting these resolutions. Regarding H.R. 1000, the Cyber Pivot Act offered by the chairman today, as you know, I supported the bill last session, but I'm not able to support the bill this time. Part of the reason is that there is strong support on the Democratic side for expanding the cyber workforce and making community colleges more accessible for students. However, a bill that conditions scholarship on government service while the Trump administration is firing existing cyber employees and freezing hiring of new employees is a bait and switch at best. Democrats don't want to trick community college students in need thinking that there will be a federal cyber job waiting for them after graduation. And that's what this bill amounts to with Trump in office. Finally, with respect to the committee's authorization and oversight plan, there's room for improvement. Democrats will offer amendments to the plan to strengthen key areas like combating gun trafficking and racially, ethnically, and religiously motivated violent extremism. These thoughtful amendments deserve our support. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member Thompson. Other members of the committee are reminded that opening statements may be submitted for the record without objection and by agreement between the chair and ranking member. The committee shall use an amendment roster today.
Mr. Chairman.
You're recognized.
Reserving the right to object, and I will not object, would the chair please explain the agreement regarding the amendment roster? And I yield to the chairman.
I thank the gentleman and committee members for agreeing to use of an amendment roster. We have agreed that the bills be open to amendment at any point and that we will take up amendments in the order listed on the roster. The chair will allow members to offer amendments listed on the roster out of order to the extent practicable and in a manner not prohibited by House committee rules. Amendments not listed on the roster may be considered at the conclusion of consideration of the roster.
I thank the chair for his explanation and withdraw my reservation.
Pursuant to notice, I now call up the authorization and oversight plan of the Committee on Homeland Security for the 119th Congress. The measure was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the measure.
Authorization and Oversight Plan of the Committee on Homeland Security, 119th Congress.
Without objection, the first reading of the measure is dispensed with and is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Does anyone wish to speak on the oversight plan?
Mr. Chairman, at the appropriate time, I have an amendment at the desk.
Right. On the oversight plan, hearing none, it's now in order to consider Amendment 1 to the oversight plan offered by Mr. Magaziner on the roster. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the Authorization and Oversight Plan of the Committee on Homeland Security, 119th Congress, offered by Mr. Magaziner.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Even though I don't agree with everything in this oversight plan, I want to acknowledge that there is much I do agree with. I appreciate that the draft plan includes language instructing the subcommittee to examine the rise in violent anti-Semitic incidents. As a person of Jewish heritage myself, I'm half Jewish. I'm keenly aware of the rise of anti-Semitism across the country today and the threat it poses. But the Jewish people are not the only ones who are targeted by extremists with hate in their hearts. My amendment will expand the investigation of violent extremism to include all forms of racially or ethnically motivated violent extremism. Whether motivated by racism, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, anti-LGBTQ prejudice, extreme political views, or other forms of hate, violent extremists acting alone or in groups continue to be one of the greatest threats to the homeland. Let's not forget the victims of recent domestic extremist attacks, all of whom deserve to be alive today. 9 worshipers who were killed at a historically black church in Charleston, South Carolina, by a white supremacist who posted pictures with neo-Nazi symbols and published a manifesto espousing white supremacy. 10 individuals who were killed at a shopping center in a predominantly black neighborhood in Buffalo by a gunman who left a note saying he did it, quote, for the future of the white race. 23 people who were killed shopping at a predominantly Hispanic community in El Paso by a white supremacist who said he wanted to stop a, quote, Hispanic invasion of Texas. 49 people at the Pulse nightclub in Orlando, targeted by an extremist because they were at a club that was known to be an LGBTQ plus club. The FBI and DHS have repeatedly stated that one of the most significant terror threats to the U.S. we face today is posed by lone actors and small groups of individuals who commit acts of violence motivated by racism and other extreme beliefs. According to DHS, there were more than 200 of these violent incidents over the last decade that met the definition of domestic terrorism, with racially or ethnically motivated violent extremists committing the most violent incidents during that period. So I commend my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for condemning anti-Semitism, and I thank you for that. But we must ensure that all Americans are protected from violent extremism. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment to instruct the Counterterrorism Intelligence and Law Enforcement Subcommittee to examine all national security threats posed by racially or ethnically motivated violent extremism, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields, and I'll let folks know that Mr. Magaziner and I spoke about this, and I myself am going to be supporting the amendment. Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman?
You recognize?
I understand the gist behind it, but what if it's a violent act that's not racially, ethnically, or religiously motivated? Are we going to ignore it?
There are criminal laws. Do you want to ask? You're yielding to Mr. Magaziner?
Yeah.
Is it okay? Yeah, yield for a response?
Sure.
So, look, the oversight plan covers a range of different violent activity that we want this committee to focus on. And so we talk about securing the border, we talk about going after the cartels, we talk about organized crime, like a whole range of different things. And I appreciate the fact that anti-Semitic violence is included in the current draft, but I see no reason why we should limit ourselves to anti-Semitic violence. And I just call out again, we're talking specifically about violent extremism, often that is motivated by strains of ideology that are extreme and that expels violence. So I see no reason why the committee shouldn't broaden our focus to include it.
Would you be willing to accept an amendment that says, instead of saying replacing the word violent with saying violent including racially, ethnically, and religiously motivated violent extremism?
Give me just a minute, but I think so. Hold on.
Right now, the gentleman had just yielded to Mr. Magaziner, and he's on pause. So I think you guys know we like to make sausage in this committee, so if we have to put the two of you in the back room, I'm comfortable with that and moving on to the next.
Yeah, I'll yield back and circle back in just a minute if you give me.
Okay, let's, give me just a second.
If anyone else would like to weigh in, this would be a good time. All right, Mr. Chair.
So I take it the amendment is withdrawn for now and going to be reworked on and then?
Yeah, we'll resubmit it.
Okay, that sounds great. Well, why don't we go to the next amendment? We'll roll this amendment to after, and since it's withdrawn, and we'll go to the next one then. All right. It's now in order to consider Amendment 1 to the Oversight Plan offered by Mr. Swalwell on the roster. The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the Authorization and Oversight
Goldman.
Plan of the Committee on Homeland Security, 119th Congress, offered by Mr. Goldman, number 2.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. The gentleman is now recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On behalf of Mr. Swalwell, we, I guess, offer this amendment together. However it's called, it addresses one of the most significant problems that we are facing at the border, which we spoke about repeatedly in the last Congress, and I was very happy to see that President Trump confirmed with the Mexican president that this is an issue that needs to be addressed. And that is the outflow of American-made firearms to the drug cartels and the Latin American cartels. As many know, there's only one gun store in Mexico that is very carefully and restricted. And over 70% of the guns recovered at crime scenes in Mexico were made in America. We are sending hundreds of thousands of guns to criminal organizations in Latin America that are using those guns to terrorize and wield power over fentanyl trafficking, human smuggling, and other criminal activity. It is the source of the power of the cartels, and it is something that we have to address as we look holistically at how we're going to stop the fentanyl trade, how we are going to secure the border. And so this amendment includes the efforts to investigate and disrupt the flow of American-made firearms to the international criminal cartels. And one thing I would just add for all of my colleagues is that the administration has now designated, I believe it's 8 criminal organizations in Latin America as foreign terrorist organizations. That designation carries with it a number of things, but it opens up a criminal statute, which is providing material support to foreign terrorist organizations. And I think there's no question that providing guns to a foreign terrorist organization would be material support. And I am hopeful that the administration and the Department of Justice will look at that statute as one way of stopping the outflow of American-made guns to the border. And so I would submit this amendment on behalf of Mr. Swalwell, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields, and I'll just say that I spoke to Mr. Swalwell about this. You know, heaven forbid an AUMF happens, and now that the cartels have been deemed terrorist organizations, we send American soldiers or sailors to take them on. And again, I'm not advocating that at this point in time, but I'm just saying that's a possibility now that they've been declared. That means those guns will be shooting at American soldiers. So I support this amendment, and I'll now recognize anyone who wants to speak on it. If there's no further debate on the question, the question is agreeing on to the amendment offered by Mr. Goldman. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment to the amendment is agreed to. There are no, well, do we have the other one done yet? We'll suspend briefly. Thank you. Gentleman is recognized. Mr. Magaziner, you're recognized.
All right, so again, we've accepted Congressman Jimenez's change. It basically changes the language to, I'm sorry, it says violent incidents including racially, ethnically, anti-Semitic, and religiously motivated, so.
Sounds good to me. Anyone want to make comment about the revised amendment? Okay. We need the clerk to report this new version of the amendment.
Amendment by Representative Seth Magaziner to the Committee on Homeland Security Oversight Plan for the 119th Congress. Page 5, line 35, strike anti-Semitic after incident. Page 5, line 36, insert, quote, racially, ethnically, anti-Semitic, and religiously motivated violent extremism including, end quote.
Does anyone wish to speak on the amendment? If there's no further debate, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Magaziner. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. There are no further amendments on the roster. Are there any amendments to the oversight plan? The question now occurs on the adoption of the oversight plan. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 1000, the Cyber Pivot Act. The bill was circulated in advance, and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 1000, to amend the Homeland Security Act of 2002 to provide for education and training programs and resources for the of the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency of the Department of Homeland Security and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and it's considered read and open to amendment at any point. I recognize myself for 5 minutes to speak on the bill. Just 5 short months ago, we convened here to mark up H.R. 1000, the Cyber Pivot Act. It's a striking coincidence that the bill number 1000 so closely echoes our goal of training 10,000 cybersecurity professionals per year. I'm hoping that's a good sign. Addressing the nation's cyber workforce shortage has been a top priority for me since I assumed this gavel, and I know I'm not the only one passionate about this issue. It is a shared priority which enabled us to pass the Cyber Pivot Act out of committee unanimously last year with a vote of 27-0. Cybersecurity is often viewed as one of the bipartisan areas where Congress can get things done, and our committee is often complimented for the serious tone we bring to cyber discussions. Indeed, it isn't often that a witness endorses the bill of the opposing side in the middle of a hearing, something we saw just 2 weeks ago. Ranking Member Thompson, our level of bipartisanship on cybersecurity has always encouraged me, and I hope we preserve this bipartisan spirit as we mark up the Cyber Pivot Act again today. Given the bill flew through committee the last time, we reintroduced the same bill with 2 small clarifications about eligibility. Ranking Member Thompson, I truly appreciate your support and collaboration on this bill. As you said back in September, and I quote, "I'm glad to see his focus on this important issue before Congress. I appreciate the chairman's willingness to consider Democratic feedback on this bill, particularly with regard to making high-need critical infrastructure sections eligible for the program's internship program as it progresses through the legislative process," end quote. As we heard in our last full committee hearing, rural areas are some of the most affected. They struggle to attract and retain cybersecurity talent and often do not have the resources to ensure the implementation of basic cybersecurity practices. Expanding internship opportunities in rural areas and for high-risk critical infrastructure sectors was therefore an important inclusion that will make our workforce more prepared and our nation safer. Students will provide huge value add to these communities while getting hands-on experience that they can carry into their careers. And I also want to thank Mr. Swalwell for his support of the bill last Congress and the many discussions he and I have had on this subject. Specifically, I appreciate his recognition that we must offer alternative pathways to 4-year degrees for our cyber professionals. As he said, Mr. Chairman, I support this in your efforts to try and increase the talent that we can put into the workforce, and also recognizing that not all cyber professionals have to have a costly college degree, that there are a number of jobs in cyber that do not require a 4-year degree. We need them to simply have the technical skills and the experience to defend against 21st century threats, end quote. The Cyber Pivot Act ensures students receive hands-on experience through skill-based exercises right in their own communities. Pivot scholarships utilize community colleges, technical schools, and other educational institutions that offer pathways for students to pivot to cyber quickly and get them ready to work. By working with partners across all levels of government and the private sector, program participants should leave with the skills they need to identify and defend us against the 21st century threats that concern all of us. I'm proud of how this bill has taken shape, thanks in part to your feedback, and I'm proud of all the people, all the support that we have gathered in the process. In addition to the tens of organizations that supported Cyber Pivot during our reintroduction, we have 14 additional organizations that have endorsed the bill. I'd like to submit statements for the record from Tenable, Plymouth State University, Tenny Mountain, Certify D, 50H Consulting, Mace, and 6P, in addition to thanking Google, Fortinet, Vanderbilt University, the National Cybersecurity Alliance, NTCA, the Rural Broadband Association, Knowledge Management, Inc., KMI, and SAFE Security for their support. Without objection, so ordered. I would also like to thank my co-sponsors, Representatives Guest, Garbarino, Jimenez, Higgins, Strong, Biggs, Evans, Gonzalez, Molinar, Rogers, and Ezel, as well as Senators Rounds and Peters, for introducing a bipartisan companion legislation in the Senate. As our nation faces increased threats to its networks and critical infrastructure from cybersecurity threats, there could not be a more urgent time to build a pipeline of professionals. We're moving fast on this legislation because there is simply no time to waste. I look forward to working with all of my Homeland colleagues to reduce the cyber workforce gap, and I hope you will vote yes for the Cyber Pivot Act and favorably refer it out of committee. Does anyone wish to speak on the bill?
Mr. Chairman.
Ranking members recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. When the Cyber Pivot Act was marked up in September, committee Democrats voted to favorably report it to the full House. But as you say, 5 months makes a significant difference in terms of how government is operating. We did so because we agree that our nation must strengthen the cyber workforce if we are to combat the threats posed by our adversaries. In particular, we must encourage service in the federal government, which needs talented employees to carry out its critical cyber mission. Unfortunately, in the last 37 days, we have witnessed an unprecedented assault on the federal workforce that renders this bill entirely unworkable. As OMB Director Russell Vaught has made clear, the administration's goal is to put the civil service in trauma. Under orders from President Trump and Musk, there's a hiring freeze in place. Employees have been pressured to resign, and mass layoffs have impacted numerous agencies. Just this weekend, federal employees were threatened with being fired if they did not respond to an email from a potentially unsecured OPM email address. The goal of these efforts have just been to bully federal workers out of their jobs. Despite lip service to national security exemptions, these policies have impacted cybersecurity workers as much as anyone else, making us more vulnerable to cyber attacks from China and other adversaries. For example, CISA's terminated an individual with 15 years of federal experience who was managing the Cyber Sentry program, a congressionally mandated initiative that detects threats to critical infrastructure like water systems and the electric grid that Americans rely on every day. The department also fired a woman who left a job as a contractor to work on the Cyber Safety Review Board, which, until the Trump administration disbanded it, was investigating Salt Typhoon. Veterans in particular have borne the brunt of the Trump-Musk firing spree, including one veteran who had worked at DOD and CISA, had a master's degree, multiple professional certifications, and a lifetime commitment to public service. And it isn't just DHS and CISA hemorrhaging cyber talent. Agencies from across the federal government are terminating good-performing cyber talent, including at the Department of Education, the General Services Administration, and the Veterans Affairs. Many of these civil servants were fired with a day's notice, no service and no good reason. Under these circumstances, who would choose to participate in this kind of scholarship for service program? I cannot ask people to make a 2-year commitment to government service when the federal government is under a hiring freeze and when a participant would be arbitrarily fired by a 19-year-old Musk protege. Even if we were to enact this bill, there's no guarantee CISA would implement it. The administration is currently refusing to implement existing pipeline programs, including the Intelligence and Cybersecurity Diversity Fellowship at DHS. Why would we create new scholarships when the administration will not even carry out existing ones? Additionally, this bill asks CISA to take on the significant undertaking of implementing this new, potentially expensive program. Who at CISA is going to run this program, And with what money? In the last couple of weeks, scores of CISA employees have been laid off or placed on administrative leave. We don't know the total number. We don't know all the roles that have been cut. We don't know when the layoffs will stop. But we do know these cuts will harm CISA's ability to carry out its responsibilities. We in Congress are very good at writing down our ideas. Sometimes we can even get those ideas enacted into law. But let me remind my Republican colleagues, it's the dedicated civil servants under attack today who turn our ideals into actual programs. If they are gone, bills like this one are just words on a page. When Secretary Noem promising a smaller CISA with layoffs ongoing, I do not see how CISA can implement this program while maintaining their existing services. Considering the chairman voted to cut CISA's budget by 25%, it does not appear that Republicans are interested in providing CISA with the necessary funding either. And the House just passed a budget resolution that will ultimately eviscerate state budgets, so it's not clear to me how any state government will come up with the money to hire any Pivot Act participant. There will come a time when we need to undo the damage of the Trump-Musk administration is currently inflicting on the federal cyber workforce. Perhaps a program like this will be part of that solution, though much more likely will be needed in that trust between the federal government and its employees is severely broken. But today, our focus must be on stopping the bleeding, not passing an unfunded mandate on CISA that may very well be nothing but a false promise to potential students. If my Republican colleagues are so concerned about the cyber workforce, they should speak out against the current attack on existing workers and against cuts. For these reasons, I oppose the Cyber Pivot Act and encourage my colleagues to vote no. And I yield back.
Mr. Jimenez, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm proud to be an original co-sponsor of Chairman Green's H.R. 1000, the Cyber Pivot Act. At a time when cyber attacks from nation-state actors are growing in both frequency and severity, we cannot neglect the importance of securing cyberspace and enhancing our cyber workforce. As this committee knows, our country currently faces a shortage of nearly 500,000 skilled cyber professionals. We must not continue to be outnumbered by our adversaries in such a critical domain. The shortage of skilled cyber professionals is felt in every city, county, and state across America. We know that critical infrastructure in the United States is currently compromised by communist Chinese components. We must ensure we have enough cyber professionals to curb the increasing threats to our infrastructure and networks. Passing the Cyber Pivot Act is a good step forward in closing the national cyber workforce gap. This piece of legislation will provide new opportunities to entry-level cyber talent across our nation by expanding access to two-year programs, primarily at community colleges and technical schools. Last Congress, I was pleased that this bill passed through committee in a bipartisan manner. I'm glad that we are reconsidering this legislation. I encourage all members of the committee to support the clean passage of the Cyber Pivot Act, and I look forward to finding innovative ways to strengthen our cyber workforce. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Does anyone else wish to speak on the bill? You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The cybersecurity skills gap, it isn't just a buzzword. It's a national security threat. It's a threat to our businesses, our critical infrastructure, and our personal data. We need to act, and we need to act now. That's why the Cyber Pivot Act is so crucial. It's not about throwing money at the problem. It's about investing in people. It's about opening doors of opportunity for every American, regardless of their background or their zip code. I can only imagine the opportunities this legislation will create in South Carolina's 3rd District. A veteran in Lawrence County finding a new career path, a single mother in Oconee reaching her full potential, a recent graduate in Abbeville stepping into a future filled with promise. That's power of the Cyber Pivot Act. bringing real opportunity home. We're talking about apprenticeships, on-the-job training, boot camps, and online certifications. We're talking about focusing on real-world skills, not just academic credentials. And we're talking about building partnerships between government, industry, and education to ensure that our training programs are cutting edge and relevant. This isn't just about filling job openings, it's about building a stronger, more resilient America. It's about empowering individuals, strengthening our economy, and safeguarding our national security. The future of our nation's cybersecurity depends on action, not just discussion. I implore my colleagues to stand with me and support this legislation. Let's build a cyber workforce that will not only meet the challenges of today, but lead us into the future. And thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. Does anyone else wish to speak on the bill? You recognize Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to speak in favor of the Cyber Pivot Act, of which I'm a proud original co-sponsor. I spent 22 years in the military and law enforcement, and Homeland Security and Public Safety has remained top of mind in my first 7 weeks in Congress now. And although it may seem invisible, cyber attacks become more prevalent and more sophisticated every year across every industry, industries that are vital to daily operations in our states, our districts, and our neighborhoods. Local governments, state entities, Medicaid and Medicare beneficiaries in Colorado have had to contend with aggressive cyber criminals. And we've seen that cyber attacks on critical infrastructure have increased just 30% last year. In fact, I just came from meeting with a group of first responders, dispatchers, who reported that in one dispatch center, in 1 week, they had hundreds of different cyber attacks that they were able to thwart. It is critical that we provide these industries and these folks with the resources to be able to contend with these cyber attacks and the cyber threats that we're facing, because as they've told me, if we don't do that, it's a matter of when, not if, they fall victim. The Cyber Pivot Act addresses this by establishing a strong scholarship program for 2-year cybersecurity-focused degrees in exchange for service at the federal or state or local or territorial or tribal level. Internship opportunities in the program strengthen real-world skills for students so they're ready to serve our cybersecurity needs on day one. Knowing that everyone here agrees that cyber threats significantly endanger national security and that we lack the adequate workforce at all levels of government to counter those threats, I urge bipartisan support for this common sense legislation to provide dependable and sustainable career pathways for all Americans and to protect our nation from foreign adversaries, and yield back.
Gentleman yields. Does anyone else wish to speak on the bill? Ms. Turner, you're recognized.
And Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, I looked at this bill and I would tell you, generally, I can be supported. I met with some college students 2 days ago in my office. And it is important that we not create false hopes or false promises. On the Scholarship for Service programs, I was seeing that under the existing Cyber Corps Scholarship for Service programs, job offers are now rescinded. So this is a scholarship program that currently exists, which I support, and you have students who are in these areas, but the jobs they have is no more. It's been rescinded. You have the Cybersecurity Diversity Fellowship Program. That's been stopped. You have the Cyber Talent Management System. That's been stopped. The Presidential Management Fellowship Program. That's being stopped. All of these are like scholarship programs with all of the intended purposes that we are discussing today. But they're being eliminated and stopped. And then you have 130 CC employees who were laid off. So I agree that there's a tremendous need for cybersecurity to build up the workforce. but currently we're moving in the wrong direction. I think the worst thing we could do to this next generation and to those in community college would be to say one thing and do another. That's the worst thing we could do. Then they lose faith in who we are, in the government that we say we're here to protect them and their future. That's what bothers me. And then for 1/3 of the students in community colleges, they rely on Pell Grants. 1/3 of them. But last night, we took steps to take over $300 million out of the Pell Grant program. That will adversely affect students in community colleges. So my major objection, and the reason that I can't do it, though I recognize that we're 500,000 short, I agree with that, and that we need the workforce, is that we can't do one thing, say one thing and do another. That would be the worst betrayal to our students and to the next generation. And we have scholarship programs already in existence, but we're not following through with them. I think that's double talk. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields. Recognize Mr. Guest.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I want to thank you for your dedication and commitment on this particular piece of legislation. You have been a champion for seeking to secure our cyber border, to protect our communities against cyber threats. I am a proud co-sponsor of this legislation. I do proudly support what I believe is a common sense approach to dealing with the shortage that we are facing now. And so I would, again, want to thank you for your leadership, and I would like to yield the remainder of my time to you so that you can highlight the wins in this particular piece of legislation for the American people. So with that, I yield the remainder of my time to you.
I thank the gentleman, and I'd like to enter this article from the Wall Street Journal yesterday, the headline of the business section, Starbucks to cut its office staff. How often do we see companies all across the country doing layoffs because they get themselves in a particular difficult situation and need to do so? It happens all the time. Workers across America have to deal with this all the time. But yet, if you listen to the ranking member, you'd think that federal employees are immune somehow. Look, the federal government is bloated. We are spending far too much money. And there have been so many false statements made by members of Congress, by the press about what's happening at this DOGE thing, that it's almost, people are laughing at it now. From CISA, 130 people, 3% of the workforce. It's not like CISA has been handicapped. All across our government, there is a deep dive going on to figure out how we can cut spending because we are broke, $37 trillion in debt. This is a bloated government, and it's time for some layoffs. And the federal employees are doing a great job. They're going to get to keep their job. This idea that because you have a federal job, you're immune to any of the stuff that the rest of Americans have to deal with every day is a falsehood. And it's time we get the spending and the bloatedness in this federal bureaucracy taken care of, and thank God for somebody willing to do it. It has nothing to do with this scholarship program. The scholarship programs that are on pause are on pause. They're not ended. It is a misstatement to suggest otherwise. This is political games. This is somebody clawing for a piece because they got their ass handed to them. All the swing states, they lost overwhelmingly. Every single state saw more Republican votes than ever before. This guy's doing what he said when he got a mandate at the polls, and here he goes. And all they got is to cry, constitutional crisis, all this other stuff, much of which is false. The security clearance that was mentioned many times when we were in our last hearing, well, guess what? He's got a top secret security clearance. We're going to continue to hear more, but it's all they got. The federal government is bloated, and it's time to downsize. And the poor people at Starbucks are going through the same thing every single American has to go through, and now the federal employment, the federal workforce knows they're not immune any longer. As for this Cyber Pivot Act, this is an opportunity to create a pipeline. We're 500,000 empty cyber jobs in America right now. This is our number one priority. Witness after witness has come before this committee and said, we gotta have a bigger pipeline. Bernoulli's equation, how do you create increased flow through a pipeline? You increase the diameter of the pipeline. That's what this bill's gonna do. And you can vote yes last year and no this year, but your people are gonna remember that. And I certainly will. With that, I yield back to the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest.
At that point, I have no further comments. Again, thank you for your leadership on this issue. Now you're back.
Gentleman yields. Does anybody else wish to? We'll go to Mr. Higgins and then anyone else. You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to note the moment. Like, there's no righteous cause behind supporting legislation in the 118th Congress and opposing it in the 119th Congress. There's a genuine question. Americans will ask, well, what happened? Have your core principles changed? Has what drives your vote, your core principles or not? So if it's from the change of the loss of an election, from your perspective, then I just think we should note the moment. And I fully support the bill. My signature is on the bill. And I appreciate the chairman driving this legislation. We need this workforce development. I mean, there's no debate about that. We certainly do. And this is the type of legislation that normally would carry bipartisan support. So it's not necessarily, it's not going to obstruct us. We're going to save the country whether anybody likes it or not. We're going to do what we have to do. But it's noteworthy, like the absence of support for a bill that carried broad bipartisan support in the last Congress is quite notable. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield.
Gentleman yields. Does anyone else wish to be recognized? Mr. McKenzie, you're recognized.
Excuse me, Mr. Tanner.
Mr. Thandar, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield to the ranking member my time.
You recognize?
Yeah, gentleman's recognized.
Thank you very much. Well, this notion is that this country operates as a stagnant country. Things change. When we voted on the Pivot Act last year, we were looking at creating opportunities. This year, all of a sudden, we have taken a chainsaw and we have assaulted federal employees. The chair just said, and I thought was an unusual term as how he referred to this government, but that was his speech. But the notion is that all of us have heard from federal employees saying how they received emails telling them in no uncertain terms that they were expendable. Then they received other emails telling them, give me 5 things that you've done last week. Then in short order, they are told, no, disregard it. But that's not how we do it. And when we now say all of a sudden that we want to hire people, and we started pushing people out the door, a righteous cause is one that's based on the facts. The facts say, since this administration has taken office, there has been a slash and burn approach to the personnel who work for the government. Many of them who put their lives, including the chairman here, on the line to defend it. but we have a lot of veterans, a lot of them who've come to our office this week, who are members of the DAV, who work for one of our agencies. And now all of a sudden, we're saying you're expendable. And so I'm opposed to the legislation because things have changed. When you look at the facts, it is clear that this administration, in its approach to addressing whatever the personnel challenges are disregarding and making us more vulnerable. All of the people who are working in those sensitive areas have not been vetted. So it's clear from my vantage point that this legislation can't be addressed because the jobs don't exist in the federal government for which we're trying to do. And as we cut this budget, which we voted last night, our states and local governments will have to cut their budgets because they will be substantially reduced too. So it's, you know, we are a nation of ideas, we are a nation of differences. At some point, hopefully we can come together. But at this point, I think we differ. I would encourage all of us that as we approach it, just look at the facts. You have heard from constituents in your respective district, many of them who chose the civil service system for a career, who are now actually summarily being discharged. And they're not just the probationary employees. They're people who have standing and tenure in those respective agencies. So it's important that the facts get put out. Democrats support those federal employees. If you have to have a reduction in force, there's a process. Part of what we go offer in our resolution of inquiry is for us to get the facts. We don't have any of the facts. All we know is that some guy running around with a chainsaw, slashing and burning our federal government, and that's not how you do it. We need the facts, get the facts, and obviously we can go with the facts from there, but we don't have any of the facts. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I recognize Mr. McKenzie for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on the Pivot Act today because the Cyber Pivot Act is a crucial piece of legislation to not only protect our national security, but also help grow our economy. And this is a win-win piece of legislation. It is a win for the employers and everybody out there who are seeking these employees to fill these 500,000 open cybersecurity positions across the country. We have heard in this committee about the need to protect against threats from all of the malign actors around the world, and employers are desperate to find this kind of talent. And it is a win for the employees themselves. For years, we have talked about how it is not incumbent to get a 4-year degree to make sure that you have a family-sustaining career. We have told students that for over a decade now. We have said, don't just focus on college. There are lots of great opportunities out there in career and technical schools. You can get a great education at a 2-year program at a community college, a technical school, or anywhere else, and you can actually have a great wage and a family-sustaining career and do something meaningful for your community, like cybersecurity. So I think this is a great piece of legislation. This is exactly what I came to Congress to do, was to promote and advocate for America's workforce and make sure that we're getting the trained, skilled talent that we need for our employers. So I want to thank the chairman for that, and I think that it's a great piece of legislation that we should be voting yes on today. So I would encourage a yes vote. I will say this, though. It is very disheartening to hear the opposition to this legislation, because what I am hearing is sour grapes. I'm hearing people saying, I'm going to take my ball and go home because I don't like something that is totally unrelated to America's children and our future. That is so disappointing. What happened to bipartisanship? What happened to doing what is right for the American people, for national security, and for our students that are out there today who are under crushing debt from going to four-year colleges and then going out into the workforce, and there are no jobs on the other end. This legislation does the exact opposite. It provides a full scholarship to go into a field where there are 500,000 openings. That's what we need to be promoting. So a no on this is incredibly disheartening because it is the exact opposite of what we have been telling young people for years. So you want to talk about saying one thing and doing another? Voting against this legislation is voting against America's future and America's students. So again, I would encourage a yes vote on this legislation. And Mr. Chairman, I can't thank you enough for staying in this fight and continuing this legislation because it is exactly what America needs right now. Thank you.
Gentleman yields. Does it, anyone else? Mr. Kennedy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to thank the ranking member for his words. Just a few things I want to mention. I know, Chairman, you're putting in the Wall Street Journal article. I just want to note that Starbucks has been defending itself against many claims of union busting. The NLRB is right now, which by the way is getting gutted in the moment, looking at claims against Starbucks while the workers are trying to organize. Now they're one of the richest companies in the world, making billions of dollars across the globe, is laying off 1,000 workers. It's a sad day in America for those workers. My heart is broken for those workers. I want that to be added to the record. You know, I'm hearing a lot from my colleagues across the aisle, including what I just heard about the lack of bipartisanship. I'm curious where the bipartisanship was in the budget hearing yesterday, where 30 amendments were offered by this Democratic caucus, and not one was considered and approved on the other side. That is not bipartisanship. I could go on and on. What was voted on yesterday across the aisle by a hair, it passed the House of Representatives. That budget that decimated Medicaid, cuts to services for our kids, for the infirmed, for every aspect of the livelihoods of the people we all represent, Democrat and Republican. There is, and I know everyone in this room and everyone in this nation's capital is feeling it. People are upset. People are upset by what they're seeing coming from the House majority. And when I'm talking to my constituents, and I'm speaking to many folks, including veterans who were callously and cruelly terminated without cause, service-disabled veterans that bled for this country, that were terminated after serving, in one case, over a decade and a half as a federal worker, took a job promotion. Because he took a promotion, he was on probation, and then he was cut. And then the services that he provides to the veterans and to the American people were cut along with him, and thousands of others. That's what's happening right now. And so when we're talking about adding another layer to what my colleagues across the aisle are saying is a bloated bureaucracy while they're gutting the services of the American people, it is absolutely unconscionable. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I recognize the former chairman of the committee, Mr. McCall, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to maybe take a step back as an adult in the room and express my deep dissatisfaction with the dysfunction that I see of this committee. It's not the committee I chaired. We passed, the ranking member and I passed every cybersecurity bill in a bipartisan way. In fact, Last September, this committee passed 27-0 this very bill. I passed a scholarship for service program, which I think Mr. Turner, the mayor of the great city Houston, great state of Texas, has seen how well that has worked in the community colleges. But now I see this being a partisan messaging bill. Dysfunction. Does that mean we cannot pass any bills out of this committee in a bipartisan way anymore? That was the hallmark of my chairmanship, was that the ranking member and I worked together and we got things done for the American people in a bipartisan way. And maybe I'm old school. I think it's a good thing to work across the aisle to get good things done for the country. But what I see my colleagues on the other side of the aisle do is while they're complaining about a pause in the federal government to innovate and reform much needed reforms within the federal government, they're going to put a pause on this committee. We won't be able to pass anything bipartisan. It's a sad day. I anticipate that this will be along party lines out of committee. And I think you have to ask yourself this question. How are you going to vote when this will have to come to a rule vote now? It will not pass on suspension on the floor. Rather, it will come under a rule. How many of your colleagues on your side of the aisle really want to vote against a bill to enhance the federal workforce and state and private sector in one of the most highest threat environments issues that we have facing the United States, and that is our cybersecurity? Elections do have consequences, but I would argue the ranking member, who I consider a dear friend, and we work so well together, you're putting your party and your members in jeopardy by forcing them to vote against a constructive bill that simply tries to enhance our cyber workforce that is so desperately needed. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Ms. McIver for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A few things I want to respond to that some of my colleagues from across the aisle have mentioned. One, I do agree that it's a sad day. It was definitely a sad day yesterday. I left the floor sad when there was a lack of bipartisanship, when we had to watch that budget pass before us. And many days before that on different bills that we've seen the lack of bipartisanship take place. Bipartisanship is not a one-way street. It's a two-way street, and hopefully my colleagues across the aisle can understand that. Secondly, we talked about how we're, bloated in our budget and, we're spending too much money, and there's a simple fix to that. It's called tax the millionaires and the billionaires in this country, and we wouldn't be in the situation that we're at. That's number two. Number three, I can't tell if we want to hire federal employees or fire them from this trifecta GOP government. What are we doing? We spoke of increasing the pipeline programs, but the administration is shutting them down. So I can't reconcile with this bill of what we're doing. What are we saying? What's happening here? We want to increase the workforce, but we're firing from multiple departments, yet we're not in this committee talking about our own departments that fall underneath our jurisdiction, like Homeland and other departments who are gutting people each and every day. What are we doing here? What are we talking about? It sounds silly, what's coming out of the White House. It doesn't align. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Does anyone else wish to comment? Mr. Pfluger, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to my colleague from Texas, Mr. McCall, what a great framing of the issues. And I know there's a lot of new members on this committee. For the members who have been here, you've heard me talk about Angela State University. And Mr. Turner, maybe you know where that is in my hometown. This is an institution that serves rural America, and we're a Hispanic serving institution, we're a minority serving institution. We also have rural folks who haven't heard, in some cases, of these cyber opportunities, and it's just because of where they live. But this Pivot Act is really important to them. Ms. McIver, if I can answer your question, the instruction yesterday, which I think you'll be excited about, gave $90 billion to this committee, which will be a part of hiring federal workforce to do the business of Homeland Security. And part of that will be in the act of cyber defense. Obviously, it'll be in the act of physical defense as well, but this is gonna be a tough one to vote against and go back and explain to your institutions why you don't support cyber defense. And there's going to be plenty of opportunities for partisan acts. Mr. Kennedy, you mentioned about the amendments. I'll provide a history lesson on the Energy and Commerce Committee where 4 years ago when we formed the rules, and I'm proud of this one, Chairman Thompson was chairman in the 117th. I believe, Mr. Ranking Member, correct me if I'm wrong, but we had a pre-negotiated oversight plan, and it went without any drama. And I think that Chairman Green has done that as well. But in Energy and Commerce, we had 120 amendments yesterday, and the only reason we had that was because we did allow that debate to happen. In the 117th, under Democrat control, there was no debate. The oversight plan was deemed. There was no conversation. So we can go back and forth. My point is not to put blame on the 117th and say we didn't have, but those things have happened. Now here we are. What do we do about this? And in this particular committee, why wouldn't we support this? Something that was completely unanimously bipartisan. Is it because of what my colleague Mr. McKenzie said, or is there actual legislative reason? Is there a substantive policy reason that this is not going to be supported? Look, we can play partisan politics all we want, and we've done that very well. But either we're going to make a decision to get over those things, and I don't necessarily agree with Mr. Magaziner's amendment. I think it is redundant. I think it's overkill, but okay, fine. Put those terms in there and let's agree. So what is it, and maybe I'll open it up to Mr. Kennedy or Ms. McIver, what is it about this legislation that's wrong? What is it about Angelo State University that tell me why Angelo State University should not have this program?
If I can.
The gentleman yields to
Ms. McIver.
Ms. McIver, you're recognized.
Thank you so much. One thing I'll say is all of the probationary period folks got fired across multiple departments. They lost their job. This program that the chairman is putting forward, these folks would be probationary period workers as well. What stops them from getting fired if we're gutting the federal government and looking for so much efficiency?
Let me ask you a second question. If you can't, can we just
Gentleman
go back and
reclaims.
forth? 'Cause are you against looking at efficiencies in the government?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
It's the process of how we
Okay,
do that.
Fair enough. So
Yeah.
maybe today we commit to saying this Pivot Act is a good thing for our country. Let's make sure that our cyber workforce is healthy, that we actually develop these 16, 17, 18-year-olds and give them something to look at as they enter that next level of education. Because I think this is going to be a tough one, guys. I think Mr. McCall is absolutely right. It's going to be tough to go back and defend. Why you're a no vote on something that for a Hispanic serving institution in my district, I don't know what to tell people of why this was a no vote. I'll yield you the last 24 seconds.
I just want to say quickly, I would love to support a program like this for my district. Love to. But there are mixed messages and signals that we're talking about when we're firing probationary periods and firing federal workers across the board.
You have the chance now to set that right and to say, and this is what I stand for, and I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields. Does anyone else wish to speak
Chairman?
on the amendment?
Chairman, that's me.
Mr. Ramirez is recognized for 5 minutes.
I appreciate it. Chairman, you said we're broke. Chairman, you started talking about Starbucks workers. I don't know how many of you here know what it's like to live paycheck to paycheck. I do. So does my family. My mom and dad both are on Medicaid. And you want to come here and act like you care about working families. But then you do everything you can to defend the richest man in this country who has access to all our data. And you're talking about cybersecurity, but you're not talking about the controls and the systems you're going to put in place so that Elon Musk doesn't have access to breach all our data and use it to become even richer. I mean, I know biblically, we talk about how the rich should give away their riches and support the poor, but here we're talking about how we're broke, yet we want to make sure that billionaires have all the power. And you know what's most hypocritical to me is that you're saying, well, live your principles, live out your values. Well, I'd like to see budgets that center working families, that do in fact create jobs for our communities, for the HBCUs and for the HSIs, you know, these diverse schools that really promote equity and inclusion. I want to see that. Yet yesterday, in a budget resolution, some of you who are on your phone the entire time you're here as a freshman, voted to defund Medicaid. Ramirez, my name is Ramirez if you were looking for it. Voted to defund Medicaid when 22% of your district is on Medicaid. Voted to defund healthcare. $880 billion in cuts for Medicaid and ACA. $10 billion in cuts to infrastructure investments. That's what this budget resolution had. But you know what it also had? It had $4.5 trillion in tax cuts to the wealthy. Let me say it again. $4.5 trillion in tax cuts for the wealthy. If we didn't make those cuts to the wealthy, we wouldn't be broke. I am disgusted that I am in a room with people who are clearly super wealthy, or their billionaire boss, Elon Musk, told them that they'll never have to worry about money ever again, that have the cynicism to come into this room and try to tell us, oh, you voted this way, you voted that way. You're hypocrites. You do whatever Donald Trump tells you to do. Center working families, let's create jobs, but don't tell me that I'm going to fire federal workers because they're not worthy of their jobs, and so I want to hire more federal workers because they're worthy of their jobs.
Gentlelady, hold on just a second. You need to direct your comments to the chair. That is the
Chair,
rules.
then I'm directing this to you then. I want to say to you, we can't be hypocritical.
You're saying I'm hypocritical?
I am telling you that the biggest threat to
Where
our
am I
national security-
hypocritical?
Chairman,
You're accusing me of being
Chairman,
hypocritical. I'm the
Chairman,
chair of this committee.
I reclaim my time, Chairman.
Go
Chairman,
ahead.
I reclaim my time. What I am saying to you is that I find it hypocritical that we're talking about creating jobs in this committee while we're willing to fire left and right federal workers who have dedicated their life to service, particularly those that are veterans. And then we are saying that we care about working families, but we're willing to defund Medicaid, healthcare, infrastructure, and budget resolutions as you did last night. I find that hypocritical. And I'm directing it to you, but I'm also saying this to the entire country to hear us really loud and clear. There is dissonance in this moment, and you may not like it. You may not like what I'm saying to you, but there is no way that you talk about hiring people at the very same time you're talking about firing people. That is what I'm saying in this moment. You can't tell me that you care about working families and be willing to defund Medicaid that actually benefits your constituents in your district. So I'm going to yield back, and I'm going to tell you that I am not voting for bills of hypocrisy until we actually address the biggest threat to national security, and his name is Elon Musk. I yield back.
That's a nice clip. Okay, anyone else want to speak on the bill? Ms. Johnson. And we'll end debate after this. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, to me, I think the concept of this bill is excellent. We have to encourage workforce development. We have to encourage our young people to go to school and to come out with trades that our country so desperately needs. The issue that I'm having is it seems like it's a little all hat and no cattle, in that the hat is, yeah, we have this job, we have this bill, but the cattle is that we don't have any money to pay for it. And I think that that is really the concerns that we're trying to express, is where's the funding in our budget to pay for this program? And what are Republicans doing to make sure that we have the funding to pay for this program? I think this program is necessary, and I think this program is important for our young people. But what I also see that's happened when we talk about a pause of programs like this that have already been voted on and approved is we have young students who went to school to get into a program of security, who were relying on the support of the federal government for their internship, whose now monies have been paused. Well, what does that mean? That means they don't have the money to pay their rent. That means they don't have the money to pay their electric bill. That means they don't have the money to pay their tuition because the federal government has paused their commitment to these young students in programs just like this. So I think that that's really the rub, where the rubber meets the road issue that Democrats are trying to express concern about. It's not, do we need to fill cybersecurity jobs? Because we absolutely do. And it's not that we don't want to provide young people educational pathways and career pathways, because we absolutely do. But the problem is, we passed a budget yesterday that doesn't have any funding for this program. We passed a budget that has violated the promises to previous students in programs like this. Promises that the federal government made to them, that if you go into programs, we're going to provide you internship opportunities. We're going to provide you pathways to work. The federal government has violated those promises. So are we going to create another pathway of promises to yet violate again? Because where is I haven't heard one comment, and I'm a freshman here. I'm new to this building, but I'm not new to legislating, and I haven't heard one single comment from anyone here to say how this is going to get paid for. Where's this in the budget? How is the federal government going to fulfill its promise to these young students that we so desperately need in this field? Where's that promise? And based on the budget that was passed, all we see is violations of promises, is breach of promises breached, not promises kept. And so, you know, that's where we're seeing is a budget that was passed yesterday that doesn't address the debt. I'm very worried about the debt. I think our debt level is outrageous. But how can we say we're supporting debt remediation when instead we're providing $4.5 trillion less revenue that's not going to the debt? That makes, American people don't reconcile that. So just a second. And then, so that's the issue, is that talking about hypocrisy, there's hypocrisy throughout this building that's absurd. And people want us to stop being in that space, playing political games. But it happens on both sides of the aisle. Let's all be honest about that. This purity that's happening on the other side is disingenuous, as much as there's things on our side that's disingenuous. Let's all need to call it for what it is. But at the end of the day, how the hell are you going to fulfill the promise to 500,000 cybersecurity young people when you're breaching the promises of the other students you've already committed to? That's my question. I agree, the program's necessary, the program's important, but there's too many games being played in too many areas that make all of this all hat and no cattle. I think Mr. Pfluger has a question. Oh, I have 3 seconds.
No,
sorry, I'm not
I think
mindful
you're out
of time very well.
The gentlelady recorded vote has been requested. The clerk shall call the roll. We're not using electronic because you can only use electronic when you roll a vote, so we'll call the roll.
Mr. McCall.
Aye.
Mr. McCall votes aye. Mr. Higgins. Mr. Higgins votes aye. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest votes aye. Mr. Jimenez. Mr. Jimenez votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes aye. Ms. Green. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Luttrell. Mr. Luttrell votes aye. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong votes aye. Mr. Burkeen. Mr. Crane. Mr. Crane votes aye. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes aye. Mrs. Biggs. Mrs. Biggs votes aye. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. McKenzie. Mr. McKenzie votes aye. Mr. Knott. Mr. Knott votes aye. Ranking Member Thompson. Ranking Member Thompson votes no. Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Correa. Mr. Tanadar. Mr. Tanadar votes no. Mr. Magaziner. Mr. Goldman. Mrs. Ramirez. Mrs. Ramirez votes no. Mr. Kennedy.
No.
Mr. Kennedy votes no. Mrs. McIver.
No.
Mrs. McIver votes no. Ms. Johnson. Ms. Johnson.
Aye.
Ms. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Hernandez. Mr. Hernandez votes no. Ms. Poe. Ms. Poe votes no. Mr. Turner. Mr. Turner votes no.
Are there other members in the room who wish to have their vote recorded? How am I recorded?
Chairman is not recorded.
The chair votes aye. The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 17 ayes and 8 noes.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion is to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to notice, I now call up HRES 113. The measure was circulated in advance, and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the measure.
HRES 113, directing the Secretary of Homeland Security to transmit to the House of Representatives certain documents relating to the Department of Homeland Security policies and activities related to the security of department information and data and the recruitment and retention of its workforce.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and it's considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Thompson, is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the measure.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, this is a resolution of inquiry that's about accountability. When I joined the committee 20 years ago, in the wake of the most lethal terrorist attack in history, Democrats and Republicans worked together to build the Department of Homeland Security to prevent another 9/11. At that time, I did not always agree with our partners in the Bush administration. However, I never doubted their commitment to the mission, to the men and women who worked across the department, or the state and local first responders the department supported. The Trump-Musk administration is different. During the first term, Donald Trump burned through 7 secretaries and failed to fill important leadership roles critical to DHS's work. He largely ignored anything at DHS that didn't deal with the border. Then he lost an election and decided to blame CISA for refusing to promote a conspiracy theory. 4 years later, President Trump is on a revenge tour. Piece by piece, he appears intent on dismantling the Department of Homeland Security. He's turned the task over to a group of unvetted staff handpicked by Elon Musk, some of whom weren't even alive in 9/11. Trump wants to decimate FEMA, probably because his poll numbers never really recovered from his abysmal management of Hurricane Maria. Despite having signed legislation authorizing CISA into law, Trump has turned the agency into a scapegoat for his failure to win re-election in 2020. And Trump has subjected DHS to the same haphazard, indiscriminate DOGE policies that cut 20% of the staff at the World Trade Center's Health Program office and froze its grant programs. Although the World Trade Center Health Program employees have reportedly been rehired, DHS employees have not been so lucky. We know that hundreds of DHS employees have been terminated so far, but the department has been unwilling or unable to provide detailed information about which roles were cut and how these cuts would impact operations. And I have no confidence that Donald Trump, Elon Musk, or the Doge team are making any efforts to understand how personnel cuts will impact the department's critical mission. Meanwhile, my Republican colleagues are either too afraid to raise their concerns about the chaos the Doge cuts are causing, or they callously support it. Just yesterday, Doge Committee Chair Margaret Taylor Greene said that federal jobs are not, quote, real jobs, unquote. She went on to say, quote, federal employees do not deserve their jobs. Federal employees do not deserve their paychecks, unquote. No one who intends to protect DHS's mission from ignorant, erratic Doge terminations or engage in any meaningful oversight would make such a statement. DHS's workforce, 25% of which are veterans, secures airplanes, help disaster survivors rebuild their lives, and protect critical infrastructure from malicious hackers. The safety of our constituents rests on Congress being a consistent check on Doge's uninformed terminations, and we cannot delay. Doge is currently in the process of developing AutoRIF, a software to allow the Trump-Musk administration to execute more mass firings faster. In the midst of the chaotic terminations at DHS, unvetted Doge employees have been granted unchecked access to the department's information system. DHS's Doge team, led by Edward Big Balls Korstein and Kyle Shute, have set up shop at CISA and FEMA. No one seems to know if these individuals were vetted, what information they are accessing, what they plan to do with that information, how they will secure the information if they move it to DHS information systems, or how their activity is being monitored. But here's what we do know. Korstein was fired from a cybersecurity internship last year for leaking secrets to a rival company, has been linked to a cybercrime syndicate, the COM, and allegedly sought out a hacking service to carry out a cyber attack currently as of 2022. He has access to sensitive information at DHS like disaster relief applications and the results of risk and vulnerability assessment CISA has conducted for state and local governments and critical infrastructure owners and operators. And Secretary Noem is absolutely comfortable with Korstein and his fellow musketeers running amok at the department. Despite the multiple concerns raised by security experts about Doge's access to sensitive information, she currently has no plan to serve as a check on the Doge is doing with the information systems she's responsible for. Since no one at DHS appears willing to protect its mission from Elon Musk's Doge team, this committee must step up. I've devoted my career to making sure DHS has the resources, staffing, and authorities to necessarily prevent another 9/11 and protect the American public from other emerging threats. Effective oversight is central to that goal. HRES 113 demands documents related to the Trump administration's ill-conceived policies to weaken DHS by indiscriminately shrinking its workforce and giving Doge unfettered access to sensitive data stored in its information systems. Again, we just passed an oversight plan that talks about access to information. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution so we can ensure DHS continues to meet the mission of making Americans safer and more secure.
Gentleman yields. Does anyone else wish to speak on the HRES? Mr. Thanadar, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Green, and thank you, Ranking Member Thompson. I'm deeply concerned about DOJ's unlawful access to sensitive information and Trump's reckless decision to freeze funding and recruitment for important programs at DHS. The Trump administration has operated with such absurdity and uncertainty that I am unable to evaluate the effectiveness of the Cyber Pivot Act, since the chairman wants to expand hiring of federal cybersecurity workers while the president is firing them. 50 years ago, in the Watergate scandal, Republican goons illegally broke into private property to access private information in hopes of finding intelligence to further their political ambition. But the Republicans did not learn their lessons. Within days of this new administration, Elon Musk and his goon orchestrated a break-in into the databases of DHS and many other government agencies that hold sensitive information in a bid to advance their so-called waste and fraud agenda. 20 years ago, in the aftermath of 9/11 attacks, Congress founded DHS and charged it with the responsibility of maintaining public security to prevent further disasters from happening. But Republicans again failed to learn from the past. With the flick of a finger, Musk induced the resignation of 75,000 federal employees and purged many more from DHS, depriving DHS of the manpower necessary to protect the public. These ill-considered moves have left a trail of confusion, destruction, and devastation. DOJ leaked sensitive classified intelligence and censored public information that the DOJ delinquents deemed not needed. Morale among federal employees is at all-time low, and many with stellar backgrounds have been forced to leave rather than collude with this corrupt and dangerous administration. The brain drain resulting from the delinquent Republican administration exposed our country to threats from foreign adversaries and terrorist organizations. And to make matters worse, the administration has operated with an unprecedented level of opacity. Nobody except a select few around Musk knows the size of the mass termination, the amount of sensitive and classified data that has been compromised, and the reasons behind suspending programs that have effectively supported public security well. The reason other than that the agency being attacked by DOJ are the ones that regulate Elon Musk's businesses. The lack of transparency is shocking and has precluded us from overseeing the government in accordance with the Constitution. For these reasons, I strongly support House Resolutions 113 and 114, led by Ranking Member Thompson, in order to give us an opportunity to comprehend the chaos that has ensured since January 20 and exercise the oversight power of this office delegated to us to perform. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Does anyone else wish to comment?
Mr. Chairman?
Give me just a second, just make sure. Okay. Mr. Magaziner, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I move to strike the last word. Elon Musk and his army of unvetted interns poses a clear and direct threat to the safety of the American people. As we speak, Elon and the Doge kids continue to pour through the personal data of every American citizen. They are going through the systems at Treasury Department, the IRS, and the Department of Health. They can see your social security number, bank routing numbers, tax returns, and personal health information. The biggest cyber breach in American history is being conducted right now by Elon Musk and a group of interns who have never gone through a background check. But now, we finally know who some of these people are who Elon Musk has going through your personal data. So let's meet them. Marco Elez, 25 years old. Elon Musk gave him access to the U.S. Treasury payment system that processes trillions of dollars of payments and has the personal financial information of nearly every American. So who is this promising young man scrolling through all of our personal data? In July, he wrote online, quote, "I was racist before it was cool." In September, he wrote, "Normalize Indian hate, and you could not pay me to marry outside of my ethnicity." I could keep going with Marco's racist tweets. There are dozens more. Who feels good about having Marco get access to all of your constituents' personal data? Here's another, Edward Korestein, age 19. Online, he goes by the nickname Big Balls. He was given access to databases at the Department of Homeland Security, including to sensitive U.S. intelligence. And guess what? In his previous job at a cybersecurity company, 19-year-old Big Balls was fired for leaking company secrets to a competitor. So Elon Musk gave this 19-year-old who was fired from a company for leaking sensitive information access to databases at the Department of Homeland Security. We feeling good about that? These are just a couple of the people Elon Musk has hacking into the most sensitive systems in the federal government, going through everyone's personal data. And if that weren't bad enough, Elon and his interns are gutting the agencies that are tasked with keeping Americans safe. Now, at our last hearing, my Republican colleagues assured us that they had it on high authority that CISA and other important agencies at Homeland Security would be exempt from Elon's mass firings, including the Fork in the Road initiative. But wouldn't you know it, that turned out to be false. Elon and the Doge kids humiliated our colleagues by going ahead and taking the wrecking ball to CISA and other Homeland Security agencies anyway that keep Americans safe. So far, they have hired hundreds of people at Homeland Security, including at least 200 at FEMA, 250 at the TSA, and 130 at CISA, the nation's leading cybersecurity agency. What is the process that Elon Musk's interns are using to decide who to fire? Are they going out into the field to see what is happening on the front line? Are they speaking with supervisors to see who's performing well and who isn't? Studying which jobs are essential or not? No, they're not doing any of that. There is a 19-year-old sitting behind a computer screen in Washington, D.C., firing Homeland Security employees all across the country with no transparency and no rhyme or reason to it. And at the last hearing, our Republican colleagues also told us, don't worry about it. These are geniuses. We don't know who they are, but they must be smart. How smart are they? This is the same group who fired 350 people whose job is to protect the country's nuclear arsenal, and then had to scramble to unfire them, who accidentally fired USDA workers working on bird flu and then had to unfire them, who fired staff at the Veterans Crisis Hotline and then had to unfire them. One dangerous mistake after another, and we're supposed to trust that they're going to get it right at Homeland Security? Of course we can't trust that. They are operating with no transparency and have no idea what they are doing. So we need answers. We need to know how much harm is being done to the safety of the American people from Elon and his interns accessing the personal data of Americans and firing people across the agencies that keep us safe. It is time for this committee to do its job and conduct oversight on behalf of the American people. Let's issue some subpoenas. Let's get them in there to tell us, get them in here to tell us what they're up to, and have them explain under oath what the hell they're doing. I yield back.
Would anyone else wish to speak on the measure? Ms. McIver, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Chairman, and thank you to the ranking member. I request recognition to speak on H.R. 113. I would like to also enter into the record testimony from April 2021, from an April 2021 hearing before the Emergency Management and Technology Subcommittee, formerly known as the Emergency Preparedness, Response, and Recovery Subcommittee, from the former head of New Jersey's Office of Homeland Security, Jared Maples. This testimony highlights the importance of DHS grants to my community. Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, I rise in support of Ranking Member Thompson's H.R. 113 because what we are witnessing is nothing short of reckless and dangerous governance. On January 20th, 2025, President Trump signed Executive Order 14158, creating the so-called Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, but let's call it what it really is: a Trojan horse for dismantling our federal workforce and putting our national security at risk. Under this executive order, the U.S. Digital Service was rebranded as the U.S. DOGE Service, and brace yourselves. Elon Musk is now at the helm, even though the White House says he's not. He has stacked the department with an inexperienced, unvetted workforce who now have access to some of the most sensitive government systems, storing critical data on our agencies, federal employees, and millions of Americans. The risk is tremendous. What has DOGE done with this access? They've started digging through information systems at FEMA and the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency. Instead of stepping in, Secretary Noem has rolled out the welcoming red carpet for them, giving DOGE free reign over systems that protect our homeland. As if that weren't enough, on the same day he signed this executive order, President Trump slammed the brakes on all federal hiring, including cybersecurity personnel at DHS, CISA, and the FBI. Let's be crystal clear. At a time when cyber threats are at an all-time high, this administration has chosen to gut our defenses. Pending hires have been halted, FBI agent classes canceled, and DHS has yet to provide any answers on what positions have been frozen. Then, just days later, the Office of Personnel Management sent out an email titled "Fork in the Road," dangling a buyout for federal employees to leave their jobs in exchange for payment through September. And while some DHS components were exempt, FEMA, the agency responsible for disaster response and recovery, was left wide open for resignations. Let me be blunt. This isn't about efficiency. Not at all. This is about dismantling the very institutions that keep Americans safe. It is reckless, it is dangerous, and it demands congressional action. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 113 before it's too late. I yield.
Gentlelady yields. Does anyone else wish to comment? Okay, you're recognized. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a new member, I was proud to be appointed to serve on this committee to protect our homeland against threats from Iran, Russia, China, terrorist groups, and others. But I never could have predicted the threats from coming right from inside the White House. Donald Trump has let Elon Musk run wild, firing Homeland Security employees who keep our country safe and rummaging through Americans' private data. This puts the infrastructure we rely the most, transit systems, emergency services, and even our nuclear reactors at risk. And they're opening our country's most sensitive data to hacks from foreign nations and bad actors. This committee deserves answer on who has access to what personal data and how that data is being used and protected. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields.
Mr. Chairman? Sorry.
Okay,
Ladies?
you're next if you want to.
Yeah, if I can go ahead and.
Absolutely,
go
Ms.
into
Ramirez is
the bubble. Thank you.
recognized.
Thank you, Chairman and Ranking Member. It's been over 30 days of the unelected President Musk and Trump, who the White House's X account here called King on February 19, 2025. It's been 30 days of inexperience, bad bosses, disrespecting, traumatizing, and demeaning our federal workforce. Trump fired qualified inspector generals without the necessary congressional notification and charged a billionaire who makes everything he touches worse with government efficiency. Let's be clear. Musk's leadership record does not inspire confidence, and I'm gonna tell you why. He bought and crashed a popular social media platform, turned it into a platform for the alt-right hate, bigotry, extremism, and misinformation. He has millions of dollars in government contracts that are plagued by investigations by the Department of Labor, the Department of Justice, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, USAID, and the EPA, and his car started on fire. Musk himself, even before his attempt at a hostile government takeover, was a walking national security threat. But back to our 30-day recap. Trump issued a hiring freeze on all federal civilian employees, including cybersecurity employees across the government at agencies like DHS's Cybersecurity Infrastructure and Security Agency, or what we call CISA. Trump also issued an executive order attacking diversity, equity, and inclusion programs at federal agencies in a blatant attempt to clean house of qualified, competent civil servants and replace them with Trump Musk loyalists, kind of like some of the ones that my colleague here showed you. And while all that was happening, Musk went into our agencies and stole American data, creating a dangerous security breach that every Republican in this committee has decided to just ignore. I could go on and on and on, but let me be honest, my time is short and the tactics to assault our national security are very long. And while several other executive orders and memos have been halted by courts or have since been rescinded, my constituents continue to express their grave concerns and the impacts this administration has had on the federal workforce and the programs that protect the American people. It's why this resolution of inquiry is not just timely, but it is incredibly necessary. In the past few weeks, this committee has been heavily focused on cybersecurity workforce, which I find cynical, because let me spare the performance. When an illegitimate fake entity, Doge, has allowed private civilians to access and publish confidential information above our citizenship. As a member of the subcommittee on oversight, I'm not requesting, I am demanding transparency. We should be asking the questions and demanding answers. Like, why was Doge allowed in the building? What data were they gathering? Who was gathering the sensitive data? And where is that data now? Is the data they access being used to pad their pockets, to direct government contracts, or serve their conflicts of interest? Additionally, who have they terminated, folks, and why? Why is the agency's plan to ensure the continuity of programs for national security and important mis- and disinformation work post-determination of CISA's employees? Where is that plan? I cannot be more clear that we have a responsibility to protect our constituents and everyday Americans from cyber attacks and bad actors, foreign and domestic. And we have to ensure that agencies have the qualified, competent personnel needed to deliver these services. That is why I'm in full support of Ranking Member Thompson's House Resolution 113. And I'd like to enter a couple of articles to the record, Mr. Chairman, before my time's up.
And just say what they are and then
Yeah,
I'll...
I'd like to first, the tweet from the president, Donald Trump, that says, "Congestion prices is dead, Manhattan and all of New York is saved, long live the king," wannabe king. I also would like to enter into the record here this article, how Elon Musk uses his X social media platform to amplify right-wing views. I also would like to enter into the record the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau here that proves the CFP complaints by date received by the CFPB since Elon Musk took control. I'd like to also enter into the record the EPA's report article here, U.S. EPA settles with Tesla over Clean Air Act violations at Fremont, California facility. And finally, I'd like to enter into the record this article that says U.S. Auto Safety Agency upgrades probe into Tesla power steering loss.
So ordered.
Thank you. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Now I recognize Mr. right? Yeah, that's what I said, yeah. It's a Southern accent, man, I got it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and it's always tough to follow my colleague Ramirez because she's so eloquent and she put all our concerns so concretely. I'm the representative of Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico is probably the largest or one of the largest FEMA disaster relief projects in history. And FEMA has the private information of thousands, maybe millions of Puerto Ricans, of thousands of Puerto Rican businesses. And probably if anyone wanted to get I don't want to give it away to hackers, but if anybody wanted to get access to all of Puerto Rico's important data, they would just have to go through FEMA. So protecting the data privacy of Puerto Ricans and protecting the privacy of FEMA's data is very important for my people, for my economy, and for the larger people and economy of the United States. And for that reason, I urge all my colleagues to support H.R. 113 as well. Thank you. I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Swalwell for 5 minutes.
It's been about 35 days since this Doge experiment, and I went into the experiment open-minded. I hate government waste. I have a constituency where 40% of the people I represent were born outside of the United States. And for most of them to go through a pathway of citizenship, they have to do it almost entirely through paper and pen. It's insane. Paper and pen. Hundreds of pages that the federal government makes you fill out, send in, and if you make the tiniest mistake, they send it back to you, they don't proceed, they freeze, and you have to refile by paper and pen. It's maddening. It's not the way that we should have an immigration system, and actually it allows many on the right to weaponize against us that we can't process the best immigration cases and make sure that we get rid of the ones that don't meet our standards. We should digitize entirely the immigration system. Entirely. It would expedite it. For people going into senior service in government, it can take up to 80 hours to fill out the employment qualifications and paperwork, many of it by paper and pen. And that's a disincentive to get the best to want to serve. I hate inefficiency. I hate government waste. I want to find savings. Elon Musk has invented technologies that have benefited my constituents. The Tesla plant is in the city of Fremont, the city that I represent. The plant's just outside the part of the city that I have. He's a brilliant scientist. SpaceX, Tesla. I'm excited to see where Neuralink goes. Starlink has helped many people in rural areas. But Elon Musk's job has always been a duty to investors and shareholders. It's not been to people who need the help that the government delivers. Healthcare security, economic security. He's never had to do that. I'll put aside what his motives are for wanting to be so deep into our Treasury payment system, and we'll reserve judgment for a later day, whether it's through attorneys general who investigate or lawsuits that are brought or a Democratic majority to understand whether he was financially benefiting as this happens. I'll put those motivations aside and just say he's not qualified and doesn't understand what people expect from government. So I hate to say this, but it's time to ditch Doge. Or the dad joke in me would say, for Doge, it's time to Goge. It's not working. It's not keeping us safe. They made cuts to the CDC as we have a measles outbreak in Texas and people are dying. They made cuts to the FAA as planes keep crashing, and there was a near collision just yesterday. They cut the bird flu monitors as bird flu is running rampant and the cost of eggs keep going up. They cut the Forest Service as California continues to suffer from wildfires. They actually cut nuclear scientists leaving our nuclear weapons vulnerable. They've cut FBI agents as we started the year with an awful terrorist attack in New Orleans. They're forcing resignations at the CIA, the very individuals who are supposed to be guardians and on watch for terrorism across the world. They made cuts to CISA as our small businesses are being ransacked by ransomware actors. Our veterans services are being cut. My friends, our veterans are not waste. And yesterday, in this building, in the spirit of DOGE, $800 billion of cuts largely to healthcare services that 32% of Americans rely on. It's time to ditch DOGE. It's not made us safer, it's endangered us more. We haven't seen any savings, while there are a lot of questions about whether individuals who are in charge of DOGE are benefiting. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Does anyone else wish to speak on the measure? Okay. Are there any amendments to the measure?
I need to enter some stuff into the record.
Ms. Kennedy, you're recognized, and yield to the ranking member.
Yield my time to the ranking member.
I thank the gentleman. I ask unanimous consent to submit for the record a resignation letter sent by 21 DOGE technical experts to the White House Chief of Staff. It states in part, we will not use our skills as technologists to compromise core government systems, jeopardize Americans' sensitive data, or dismantle critical public services, unquote.
Without objection, so ordered. Mr. Kennedy,
I yield back.
Mr. Kennedy yields. Are there any amendments to the measure? Hearing none, the question is on reporting the measure H-Res 113 to the House with an unfavorable recommendation. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to.
Mr. Chair?
Recognized.
Ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 7D. Further proceedings on this question are postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H-Res 114. The measure was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the measure.
House Resolution 114, directing the Secretary of Homeland Security to transmit to the House of Representatives certain documents relating to Department of Homeland Security policies and activities related to domestic preparedness and collective response to terrorism and the Department's cybersecurity activities.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and it's considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Thompson, is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. H-Res 114 is actually talks about domestic preparedness, and this committee, in its oversight responsibility, should have access to it. So one of our most chaotic days of the Trump presidency was January 27th, when the White House issued a careless and sloppy memo telling federal agencies to stop providing federal grant funding to state and local governments across the country. The memo was so bad that courts had to intervene to prevent it from taking effect, and after publicly defending it, the White House rescinded the memo. Even with court intervention and the White House attempting to rescind the memo, there are still reports that federal grants are being withheld from our communities. I introduced H-Res 114, a resolution of inquiry to demand transparency on the impact of blocking critical Department of Homeland Security grants, actions that directly threaten national security by cutting vital funding for first responders, disaster recovery, and committed safety programs, creating chaos and undermining our preparedness. This committee needs to know who from the Department of Homeland Security thought it was a good idea to jeopardize this funding and their rationale and research, if any, on the implications of doing so. Because right now, None of that has been shared with the committee or the public. Donald Trump's decision to block congressionally authorized federal grants has halted critical funding for programs like the Urban Area Security Initiative, the State Homeland Security Program, the Nonprofit Security Grant Program, the State and Local Cybersecurity Grant Program, each vital for emergency response, terrorism prevention, and law enforcement support. Chaotic disruption of grant funds leave the boots on the ground in a lurch, undermine the goals of the grant programs, and is an attack on national security. For any of my Republican colleagues who doubt the impact of grant funding freeze memo, I suggest that you reach out to your state and local governments and first responders and ask them about the impact of Donald Trump's threat to take away DHS funding. The grant funding freeze means that states, local, and first responders may not get reimbursed for the millions they have already spent to protect and support our communities, dollars promised to them by the federal government. At a minimum, the payments will be delayed, and communities can't afford to go months or years without being paid back due to a disorganized and shoddy memo from Donald Trump. They should not have to. The DHS grants that are under threat by the Trump administration are ones that this committee has supported in a bipartisan fashion for years. We should all be alarmed that with a push of a button, without even a conversation or a letter to Congress, the Trump administration tried to undermine our support for first responders back home. Democrats on this committee are committed to safeguarding national security, and I hope my colleagues across the aisle will join us in protecting the American people by quickly sending this resolution to Secretary Noem. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Would anyone else like to comment on the resolution? Mr. Hernandez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For weeks now, the administration has obstructed federal funding that Congress has already appropriated, funding that our own communities, our first responders, and our emergency management systems depend on. This isn't just political theater, it's a direct attack on public safety and national security, and nowhere is that clearer than in Puerto Rico. We know the reality. Puerto Rico faces economic instability as a result of hurricanes, earthquakes, and power grid failures. We have seen time and again how delayed federal aid means devastation for families who cannot wait for Washington's dysfunction to be sorted out. FEMA grants, DHS security programs, and critical disaster preparedness funds are essential to keeping people safe, ensuring hospitals have backup power, and making sure first responders have the resources they need when an emergency strikes. Our fear is not hypothetical. Our fear is real. If a hurricane hit tomorrow, would our emergency response systems be fully operational? If another earthquake shakes our island, will hospitals have the power to keep people alive? Right now, because of the administration's reckless funding freeze, the answer is unclear, and that is unacceptable. Last month, I met with local FEMA officials to discuss how federal funding supports emergency preparedness, disaster recovery, and infrastructure development. They need stability, not chaos from Washington. I urge my colleagues to support House Resolution 114 and demand accountability. We cannot play politics with disaster preparedness and public safety. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Magaziner for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I move to strike the last word. Elon Musk and his unvetted army of interns is not just going through the sensitive personal data of all Americans and not just wreaking havoc in agencies that keep Americans safe. They are also withholding funding from states, cities, and nonprofit organizations, homeland security funding, for no legitimate reason. These are grants that keep Americans safe from natural disasters, terror attacks, and organized crime, blocked by Elon's interns. Nonprofit security grants have been cut off. This grant program that Elon's interns are withholding protects organizations at high risk of terror and extremist attacks. In Rhode Island alone, right now, Elon's interns are blocking 22 organizations from getting their nonprofit security funding, including 4 churches, 1 synagogue, 1 Hindu temple, 6 schools, 5 medical facilities, and 3 boys and girls clubs, among others. States have also had their funding cut off from the state Homeland Security grant. This program is essential for the public safety of every state. It funds state and local efforts to prevent terrorism and prepare for national threats and hazards. I encourage all of you here to talk to your state emergency management agencies and ask them what state Homeland Security funding is being blocked by Elon Musk and his army of interns. In Rhode Island, this grant includes funding for the state hazmat team, which responds to disasters involving dangerous substances, the port security camera system, which monitors ports and bridges for illegal activity, the Rhode Island statewide public safety radio system used by emergency responders in every city and town in the state to communicate with each other during emergencies, the State Fusion Center, and the State Police Bomb Squad, among others. Elon Musk and DOGE have also cut off Rhode Island's access to the Emergency Management Preparedness Grant, which funds emergency operations centers that are used to maintain situational awareness during major events like natural disasters. Over $10 million in funding for public safety cut off for no clear reason. So understand what's happening here. Elon Musk's interns who are making these choices about which funding to cut have no background in Homeland Security. Not one of them, as far as we can tell. No background in public safety at all. They are not doing any research on why these grants are important. They are not talking to anyone on the ground. They are not talking to emergency management agencies or first responders. They are cutting off funding, and people could lose their lives. And they are doing it with no transparency and no rhyme or reason to it. No one should be okay with this. No one. We all want to find savings in government, but this is not the way to do it. People's lives are being put at risk because these interns of Elon Musk have no idea what they are doing. They fired people staffing the Veterans Crisis Hotline and then had to rehire them. They fired people guarding the national nuclear stockpile and then had to rehire them. They fired people working to contain bird flu and then had to rehire them. How many mistakes are we going to let these 19-year-olds make before people get killed? There needs to be transparency. That is why I support Ranking Member Thompson's resolution of inquiry, because as a committee, we need to conduct oversight, find out what Elon and his DOGE team are doing and why, and bring some transparency and some coherence to this process. And in the meantime, these Homeland Security grants for states and cities and nonprofits need to be released immediately. They were appropriated by Congress. They have already been obligated. Withholding them is most likely illegal. And we need answers from the administration about why these inexperienced tech bros with no experience in public safety or Homeland Security have been empowered to cut off funding from public safety all across the country with no accountability. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize Ms. Johnson for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I offer my comments in support of Ranking Member Thompson's resolution. The Nonprofit Security Grant Program, also known as NSGP, plays a critical role in protecting religious institutions and other nonprofits from the rising threat of violence, including anti-Semitism. This program has allowed congregations and organizations to secure their facilities, enhance their safety protocols, and provide peace of mind to their members, as evidenced by Rabbi Charlie Citron Walker's testimony before this committee. Given the alarming increase in attacks on places of worship such as synagogues, churches, and mosques, It is essential for faith-based organizations to have the resources to maintain secure environments for their congregants. This ensures that all Americans can practice their faith freely and without fear as promised by the First Amendment. The impact of these security measures is evident by the lives they have saved. In recent years, we have seen tragic events like the shooting at Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh and the hostage situation at Congregation Beth Israel in Colleyville, Texas, very near to my district. In these instances, enhanced security allowed law enforcement to respond quickly and effectively, minimizing casualties. Without access to these critical resources that support these efforts, many communities would be left vulnerable, and these horrific events would have been even worse. Security funding from the nonprofit security grant program is quite literally a matter of life and death. As a member of this committee, I call on the President to act immediately to unfreeze the funds, ensuring religious institutions can maintain and enhance their security, protecting congregants and safeguarding their rights of worship. This is not just about installing security cameras, it's about protecting people's lives and ensuring that they can practice their faith without fear. Securing religious spaces is also an essential step in safeguarding the broader social fabric of our nation. Places of worship are not only sacred spaces, they are community hubs where individuals come together to connect, support one another, and celebrate their shared values. These institutions often provide critical social services such as food pantries, counseling, and outreach to marginalized groups. Ensuring the safety of these spaces allows communities to thrive, knowing that they can gather and grow without fear of violence. Moreover, the need for religious institutions to have the means to protect themselves is a matter of national security as well. The rise in targeted violence against places of worship reflect a broader wave of domestic extremism, which only makes the funding provided by the NSPG that much more urgent. Protecting religious communities through national security measures helps maintain social stability and promotes resilience in the face of rising threats. The nonprofit security grant program is a proactive way to prevent tragedies from occurring and to foster a sense of trust between religious institutions and law enforcement. The fight against religious intolerance requires collective effort of lawmakers, communities, and leaders across this country. Ensuring that all congregations, no matter of their size, have access to security resources will make an important step toward a safer future for all. At the same time, it is essential to continue working together to combat hate in all of its forms. We cannot afford to be passive in the face of growing violence and discrimination. So once again, I call to end this authoritarian and illegal freeze on funding, which Congress has already approved. It is imperative that we as lawmakers do our part to ensure people of all faiths can gather at their place of worship with peace of mind as our nation's Constitution intended. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. I now recognize Ms. Poe for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of Ranking Member Mr. Thompson's House Resolution 114 regarding the DHS grant freezes. Public safety is a top priority in my district, as I am sure it is the case for all of my colleagues here. So I am deeply disturbed by the President's action to freeze security federal funding to our communities. This funding, which was provided by Congress, supports local police, transit, and port security, first responders, house of worships, and so much more. How can we keep our communities safe when the federal funding they have been promised is ripped away by Donald Trump and Elon Musk? This illegal funding freeze is confusing, disruptive, and makes us all less safe. I join my colleagues in demanding answers on Donald Trump's actions to freeze funds for safeguarding the homeland, and I call for this funding to be restored as Congress intended. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. Would anyone else wish to comment? Mr. Kennedy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Like so many, I'm gravely concerned about how this administration continues to mishandle national security. For this administration to hastily and sloppily issue a memo in January to freeze grant funding going to our communities, funding that supports first responders and keeps us all safer, is a blatant national security threat. Department of Homeland Security grant programs provide needed resources to our communities, our fire departments, police departments, first responders across the board. In May, on the 14th of May, we'll celebrate the 3rd anniversary of a racist, white supremacist, terrorist attack on my city, where 10 people were stolen from us because of the color of their skin at a grocery store on a Saturday afternoon. It was a horrific incident, one that will forever define my community. And it was on that day, like so many days in our respective districts and across the country, including on 9/11, also in New York, the inception, the genesis of this great committee, where our first responders ran into the fire. On May 14th, they ran into the firing. First responders, we know, are sacrificing so much for our communities, so at a bare minimum, the federal government has to honor its commitments to our local fire and police departments and make sure that no administration can turn off congressionally approved grant dollars on a whim and be free of congressional oversight. So this committee should have more information from this Trump administration about the implications of the grants funding freeze, how it's impacting each and every one of our communities, especially our first responders. And so I fully support Ranking Member Thompson's resolution and hope my colleagues will support it as well. Thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Turner for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Thompson. The resolution of inquiry 114 before us will force the Department of Homeland Security to reveal the devastating implications that halting the disbursement of DHS grant funds would have on our national security. These funds are some of the most vital resources we have to ensure the safety and security of our nation. Local police departments like Houston rely on DH funding quite a bit. A failure to provide those grant funding will make our cities less safe. Some would argue that without providing these grants, that we are defunding our police. Programs like the State and Local Security Grant Program, Nonprofit Security Grant Program, Transit Security Grant Programs, and the Port Security Grant Program all play major roles in safeguarding critical infrastructure, protecting vulnerable communities, and enhancing our response to emergency threats across the country. Mass transit programs, passenger rail, bus programs are all directly impacted. In fiscal year 2024, the Port of Houston received significant funding through the Port Significant Grant Program to purchase several boats that would help protect the seamless flow of trade through one of the busiest ports in the nation. A freeze on federal grants by the Trump administration would not only harm the Port of Houston, but ports nationwide, jeopardizing our economy and the security of critical trade infrastructure. But the impacts of freezing DHS grants extend far beyond just the ports. These grants support law enforcement, first responders, and local governments, our first line of defense against disasters, terrorism, and cyber threats. The Trump administration's willingness to freeze these vital funds signal to me a dangerous disregard for the safety and stability of our nation. This isn't a political issue. This is a matter of national security, and we cannot afford to let ideological decisions put us at risk. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Are there any other members who'd like to make comments on the resolution? Are there any amendments to the measure? Hearing none, the question is on reporting the measure H-Res 114 to the House with an unfavorable recommendation. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no.
No.
The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to.
Mr. Chair.
A recorded vote is requested.
Yes.
Pursuant to Committee Rule 7D, further proceedings on this question are postponed. The committee will now stand in recess until 2 p.m., at which time there will be recorded votes on these two measures. We are adjourned, are in recess. The committee will come to order. Pursuant to Committee Rule 7D, proceedings will now resume on questions previously postponed in the following order: HRES 113 and HRES 114. The committee postponed further proceedings on the recorded vote to report HRES 113 to the House with an unfavorable recommendation, on which the ayes had prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will open the vote. What's that? Are there other members in the room who wish to have their vote recorded? The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 13 ayes and 8 noes.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The committee postponed further proceedings on the recorded vote to report HRES 114 to the House with an unfavorable recommendation, on which the ayes have prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will call. Everyone will vote. Open the vote. Okay. Yeah, I read what was wrote. Are there other members in the room who wish to have their vote recorded? Clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 13 ayes and 10 noes.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, staff is authorized to make any required technical or conforming changes to reflect the actions of the committee. This concludes the consideration of the bills noticed by the committee for today. You're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, Republicans have voted down 2 resolutions of inquiry that would have provided much-needed transparency on what Donald Trump and Elon Musk are doing at DHS. Earlier this month, I sent you a letter requesting that you schedule a hearing with the Secretary by March 14th. I ask unanimous consent to submit that letter for the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Is there any idea when you anticipate the Secretary coming before us?
We will talk to the Secretary and figure out a time, but I know she has to come for the annual Worldwide Threats briefing, and we'll get that scheduled for sure.
Mr. Chairman, pursuant to Clause 2L of Rule 11, I request that members have 2 calendar days to file with the clerk of the committee supplemental additional or minority views on the measures ordered reported by the committee today?
Without objection, so ordered. There being no further business, without objection, the committee stands adjourned. Thank you all. Thank you,